All right, I made it finally. Sorry for the brief delay there, but good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Got a project stream today. As you likely figured out from the description, I got all of the like back from being powder coated. I was like, what's the word? Yeah, that word. And just want to get them back on the machine. And sorry if this, hopefully, this all. Uh oh. Stand by a second. I saw the I saw the stream like pause for a second. I don't know if that actually happened. Cause like my stats look like they're okay. I don't know. Hopefully we're okay. Anyway, so in case you missed any of that, I got the parts back from being powder coated. Going to put them back on the machine. I also last night I was thinking about streaming last night, but I didn't end up doing it. I ended up just working by myself, listening to podcasts, assembling those replacement light boards. So I've got those ready to go and put in the machine as well. So I'm going to try and show all of that. Some quick apologies if like the lighting is a little weird or the sound is a little weird. I think it should be okay. But atypically for me, I did actually set this all up in like 15 minutes as opposed to 4 hours like I normally take on a stream. Usually the project streams I don't put quite as much effort into. I mean effort to the stream itself, and just kind of turn a camera on and go. But I do have one thing that I want to set up. I was going to grab a webcam so that I can put in, show like closer up a few things. But I didn't quite get that set before I started. So I'm going to do that real quick. Let me grab this cable and let's see. What do I have? You can just sit there for a second. In the meantime, welcome, Ristar, Oscar, Kenan. Good to see y'all again. Give me 1 second. I think a webcam is over there. It doesn't really matter to me which one. I just need something. Well, I guess the two that I normally use as overhead cameras are currently overhead. One is still set up from Flash Beats. One is actually still set up from Drum Mania. I never took it down way back when. I think I just took the... All right. It says I disconnected for a second there. Not sure. Hopefully I'm not having internet problems, because that'll always be fun. Anyway, I'm going to run upstairs real quick and grab a web camera because it'll be easier to grab a loose one than it will be for me to pull one down off the ceiling. So give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. So this is not the camera I was intending to grab, but it'll do. There we go. Good old USB. Got to plug it in 3 times, right? Wrong. Right. Okay. Let me add that camera. Hey. My face. I'll just put it here in the corner. You know, I wonder. Hold on, let me just set it down for a second. Yeah. All right. Let me, if I turn this way a little bit. Does that make sense? Does anything make sense? Of course, I moved that light out of the way so that it wouldn't be in the shot. Okay. We'll split the difference there. That'll work. Okay. All right. So hopefully the stream holds together. Hey, Yaladre. I saw your message last night. I haven't gotten a chance to do anything about it, but I'll look at that here in a little bit. I mean, not on this stream, but I did get your message, so don't worry. Okay, so let me turn this on. Because the first thing I want to do is take care of the lights. So yeah, this is not a custom OS. This is actually the stock. Well, it's not the stock drive itself, like the physical hard drive, but I made a copy of it to another hard drive, and then added some extra games. But this is like the stock Konami build of Windows and all of that kind of stuff. I just did it. Basically, I just compiled all of the stuff that I had together onto one drive. That way, if I want to switch between different mixes, I don't have to actually like physically remove a hard drive and put another one in. I can just kind of like bail out, and I just realized I'm talking to the monitor, but the camera's over there. I'm an idiot. Anyway, so I can just kind of like bail out of the game and start a different one. So it's basically just to what do you call, for my convenience, basically. And you did see a DDR logo while it was booting. So Konami, on at least some of the games, they replace like the Windows startup screen, like the Windows logo during the startup with the game logo. I know Sound Voltex did it. DDR does it. So is it a custom OS? I guess maybe that was your question. Is it a custom OS? Yes, it is the custom Konami build of Windows XP embedded, but it's not custom. Like, I didn't do it. Is what I was trying to say. And right now, it's giving me a satellite error, which makes sense. You'll notice that the light towers, or spires as people call them, officially by Konami are called the satellite units, and the satellite units, they all need to be present and plugged in order for them to work correctly. Otherwise, they just kind of get like stuck in sort of like a startup mode, like this. And the reason I'm getting an error right now is because the little like scanner lights underneath the monitor are part of that system as well, and they are currently missing because they are mounted to one of the metal trim pieces that I need to be reinstalling tonight. So they're not there. The machine is sad, but I can just hit the test button and skip through that. It should still work. Okay. So let me go here. I'm going to turn on our little what about Konami Windows 7? The newer games do use newer versions of Windows, but a lot of games, the majority of the games were on XP, at least originally, and they just keep using it. So, like in the case of DDR, the original PC shipped with Windows XP, and nowadays they just push the new games out over the network, so Windows just gets left alone, basically. So even like A20 Plus would be still running on Windows XP if it's a machine that had been upgraded. Now, I believe the gold machines, if you bought a gold machine, I think that's running maybe Windows 10 embedded. I'm not sure, because I know my Gitadora is running Windows 7 embedded. I haven't seen the gold machine like in person myself yet, so I don't know. I think it's running Windows 10 now. So because that was what was, it might even be 8. I'm not sure. but uh, but basically it was running whatever was, you know, current at the time that the machine came out. Uh, but because this machine would have been, you know, simply upgraded to the newer games as time went on, they leave the OS alone. They just drop the new game on top of it, so it's still running XP. Hey, Termazi, how you doing? Have I considered installing Stepmania? The answer is no. Um, I I tell you, I I have had exactly one use of Stepmania over the years, and that was when I was like choreographing um, freestyle routines. It was nice to be able to, you know, use Stepmania to put the chart in and break it down and like isolate particular sections so that I could like practice, you know, um, specific parts of the song over and over again, without having to play the entire song every time, while I'm, you know, while I'm choreographing it, while I'm rehearsing it. Um, but other than that, I've really had no interest in Stepmania whatsoever. I know the themes have gotten pretty like pretty authentic to the real games, but um, if you've been watching my streams at all, you know that like I try and keep everything as original as I possibly can. So you know, even to the point where I sometimes don't necessarily agree uh, with it, but because that's how it was, you know, supposed to be, or how it was originally, I will maintain that. A good example is, I know a lot of people will do all the mods where they like, you know, countersink the bracket screws and all that kind of stuff, to make the stage surface, you know, flat and level, which I generally think is a good idea, but that is not like how Konami did it. That's not the original way. And in the case of like my old classic DDR cabinet, they use those stupid truss head screws, the little round cap screws, which I kind of think are terrible, but I will maintain them because that's quote unquote what's supposed to be there. So that's kind of my position on it. And so with that in mind, like I don't really have a whole lot of interest in Stepmania. My interest is definitely in, you know, running the games as they are / were, with all of their quirks and flaws or whatever, you know, it may be. I'm much more of a preservationist in that regard, I guess. So that's where I'm at. Gold Machine runs 7. Okay, I knew it ran something newer because I know it runs 64-bit. But I wasn't sure like which particular Windows flavor. Are any of the games running 10? I don't even know. But what I do know is that like this cabinet here was running A20 Plus in an arcade as recently as this spring in Japan, before it got, you know, picked up and shipped overseas to me, and it was still running Windows XP. So they on the upgrades they just leave the OS alone and they just drop the new game on it and call it a day. But anyway, what was I doing? I was going to go and turn this camera on. So let me show you this thing that I'm dealing with here. Um, Unfortunately, I don't have the buttons. They're missing right now too, so I only have the test and service buttons to navigate through the menus, and it's slightly obnoxious, but you know, we'll make it work. Okay, so let me just swing on down here to player 2 speaker woofer, and you'll see so there are 2 light boards down here. Each one has 6 LEDs, 6 RGB LEDs, but you'll notice this one here on the left, so I've got it lit red right now. You'll notice this one here on the left isn't lit at all, and this one, only 4 out of the 6 are lit. And then green, I got nothing at all. This green that you're seeing up here, up from up above, is there's a third light board in the top that is working properly, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So, oh, well, that's fun. For some reason, now this one, oh, it's like fussy. I don't know what's going on there. I must have like a loose connection or something. Well, we're gonna get that taken care of. So, okay, it looks like the green's working on, we got 6 greens over here, so that one's fine. This one, not working at all. And then blue, this left one, we've got two out of the 4. So 4 are missing. And we got 4 out of the 6, or sorry, 2 out of the 6, and then 4 out of the 6 over on the right board are working. And then, of course, when you say make it white, it's going to try and turn everything on. But you'll notice, like, these 4 here, they don't light at all. I've only got blue here. And then over here, these 4, they are working red, green, blue to make white. But then these 2 on the end are only lighting green. And so the result is, rather than having this be a nice, even white light, you've got kind of this dark area here, and also this bluish part here because it's not lit quite right. And then you've got a little bit of a green tinge over here because the red and the blue aren't making white properly. So, let me go grab my replacements. Okay, so I've got these replacement light boards. I'll show them in the inset camera here in a second. Let me oops, throwing things around. I'm going to tilt my monitor down a little bit so that I can see it. Doing everything on the fly here. Okay. So 2DX Lightning and Valkyrie and Samvoltex Valkyrie, they're running 10. Okay. Did anything run? Is there a Windows 8 equivalent, like embedded systems version? I don't even know. And did anything use it? Okay. So I'm gonna pull these boards out here. Can you see that in the? Yeah. Ooh. This will be a good stream. I mean, if you're into tech stuff. Because I actually have, like, a second camera so you can see what I'm doing. Because I remember when I did the disassembly, if I recall, I moved the camera around a bit, but it was, you probably couldn't see a lot of what I was doing. Certainly not up close. So, let me unplug this. And then there's a ground wire that I need to disconnect so that I can pull this out. Alright. So, this is what we're working with here. So it's two boards, and they're just connected with a little wire in between. I don't know how close you can. There we go. But you'll see it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 little RGB LEDs on it, and then some resistors, and that's really it. Like, it's super duper simple. There's not much to this. These boards are not the same as what's in the satellite units or the little scanner underneath the monitor. This one is only capable, you can turn all the lights on, or you can turn them all off, and you can turn on each of the individual colors or any combination of them. So you can make it red, green, or blue, or you can put red and blue together to make purple, and you can put red and green together to make yellow, and you can put red, green, and blue together to make white. And that's it. You can't address any of these individually, so it's not like you can turn one on, or turn them, or turn like one red and the one next to it green. You can't do any of that. The only reason that these are kind of being weird is because they're broken. And I think what we've determined is the reason I think these get broken, because I've heard from some people that it's pretty common for these to not work right. It seems as though this surface here is just a flat plastic, and I think if any kind of liquid gets like spilled or drips onto this, it just runs straight down and right onto these boards and causes corrosion, and then they die. But anyway, so we've got this board. This is the original board, and then this is the a clone board that my friend cloned the board and had these manufactured for me, and then I assembled them. So I just got the blank board, and then I soldered all of the LEDs and the resistors on, and the connectors on the back. I soldered all that on myself. I did them on stream. I did one of them. I did the first one on stream several weeks ago. I did 3 more of them last night. I thought about streaming it, but I didn't end up doing it. It took me roughly, like, the first one I did a few weeks ago. I think it took me like an hour and a half to assemble. The first one I did last night, I think I did in about an hour. And then the last one, I think I did in maybe 40 minutes. So I was like getting faster. Like, this is my first real experience doing surface mount soldering. I'm used to doing the through holes. And it was it was a bit of a learning process for me, but once I started, like, figuring it out, then I was able to get a little bit quicker. So I'm just going to take these off the little mounting plate here. We did make one slight boo-boo. The original and I'm gonna get this. I think. Well, so these original boards, the LEDs that are on them, the order of the elements is, I believe, blue, red, green. But when we picked out the parts for the new boards, these are no longer available. Like, they're an old part that's, like, not in production anymore. So we substituted something that's very similar. The biggest difference, I don't know if you can see it in the camera there, but on the original board, you can see how tall the LEDs are off the top of the board, and then on the new one, they're a lot shorter. I don't know if you can really see that, but they're about half the height, so they're a little bit smaller. But the problem is the elements are in the order green, red, blue. So basically blue and green are swapped, which means that when the game calls for green, these are going to light blue. And when the game calls for blue, these are going to light green. Red is the same, so that's no problem. But the blue and green are going to be backwards. So to fix that, because I had already ordered all of the... There is likely a part that has the colors in the original order, but I had already ordered... I'd already ordered all these parts to assemble these boards, and the LEDs happen to be, like, the most expensive thing on here. They're not real expensive. They're like... I want to say they were like 80 or 90 cents a piece. But, I did order like 150 of them or something like that. So I had spent some money, basically. And so I was like, I'm going to use them. So what I ended up doing was, for about another like buck and a half worth of parts, I've got these little adapter cables, basically. All it's doing is it's taking, you can kind of see maybe how the wires are literally crossed over. All I'm doing is taking the the green wire and the blue wire and swapping them in this cable so that everything works out properly. But that requires no modification of the machine itself. only just adding an extra cable in line. And I'm too far away to see the chat, but I think somebody did note, if you see on the original board where it says Konami, we did have a little bit of fun, and the new the clone board definitely says Konmai. There's a couple of other little jokes on here too, like over here. I don't think you can see it because it's not going to focus quite well enough. Yeah, this camera won't focus that close. But where Konami had made in Japan, this says not made in Japan, because that's funny. And there's a couple of other like goofy things on here that were just like little jokes to ourselves, because because we can. Also, it helps me recognize which are the original parts and which are the clones. I mean, I'd be able to tell by looking at them anyway, but that makes it just slightly more obvious. There's some grossness on this. I'm just gonna spray this off real quick. There's some sticky stuff over here, and I mean sticky like Coca-Cola, not get your head out of the gutter. I'm gonna guess that this is probably, there's also like a little bit of a cola stain or something like that inside the coin door here. I'm gonna guess that's what killed these in the first place. But I'm just gonna rinse this off real quick so that I'm not putting dirt right back in the machine. One moment. Okay. Gotta let that break up the Coke for a minute. There we go. That's coming off. Who knows how old that is? I wonder if I can pull my monitor a little bit closer so that I can see the chat while I'm working on this down here. That would be useful, perhaps smart. Let me do that, or see if I can. Okay. Is that good enough? see it through the bar. Alright, I think I missed some chat, but sorry about that. I see Termazi's comment that the I/O is capable of dimming them. I don't know that it ever does, though. But my only point was that it can't do anything to the lights individually. It's all or nothing. Like, it can flash. That's it. It can flash all of them, or it can turn them on and turn them off, and it can change the color. That's it. It cannot, like, do any kind of animation, like a chasing pattern, the way the way the satellite units can. All right, let's see. Maple syrup, alcohol, and cotton. Yeah, I could get my alcohol out. I don't think that's necessary though. Okay, so let me pick a couple of these Konmai boards. Get them mounted on here. But you can see, like, the corrosion on the metal here. So clearly something got down on here. And given that the boards are sitting right on top of it, it ate them. I should have serialed these boards, like put numbers on them for like the order that I assembled them, but I didn't, so I have no idea. Of the 4 that I've made so far, I have no idea which 2 these are. I mean, I tested them all, so they all work. Or they should. I haven't tested them all in the machine, but I tested them all on my bench as I was assembling them, so they should work. Okay, so we got the 2 boards installed on the little plate there. I'm gonna put the little jumper wire in there to connect the 2 of them together. So you can see all the boards are the same. They just have connectors on each end. So you go into one and then out of one into the next, so on down the line. Although I think they don't use any more than 2 of these together in the machine. And then here, down here, you can see the little cable that hooks it up. It's actually really, really short, so by putting my little adapter on it, that'll make it a little bit longer, actually, which is slightly handy. And then, moment of truth. Uh-oh. Well, I messed something up. Wait, how is this even possible? It's probably it's too blown out in the camera, but I've got two missing in the middle here. These two are red, and then the rest are yellow, which means that's what blue and or no green and red together I think makes yellow. What did I do wrong? Okay, so reds work except for these two in the middle. So something happened here. Green. So no blue. It's most likely let me try another one of the boards. Red, green, no blue. Well, no blue is probably this cable actually is messed up. Either that or I did have a lot of trouble with these little adapter cables. The wires. So, this connector came pre-made or came on these wires, or these wires came on it already. So I just added the other side to it by crimping the little pins on and then putting it into the connector. And this wire that is just slightly too big. Not the wire itself, but the insulation was a little bit too big for these pins, so I had a lot of trouble getting this built. So I have a feeling what's wrong here is the wire for blue is probably not quite in there right. Let me try my other one that I made. Yeah, there we go. So that works. Blue. So yeah, it is the cable that was causing blue not to work. Now, why some of those lights in the middle weren't lighting up, that is probably something about how I assembled the board. So I'll have to figure that out. So red, green, blue, white. Okay, so this board works fine. Let me Okay, so these two boards are fine. However, this one's got a problem in the middle too. And this one's got a problem on the end 4. Alright, well. What the heck did I do? Guess I should have tested these before the stream. Haha. Well, 2 out of 4 ain't bad. No, that's terrible. So that's got to be an assembly problem. Because the game has no possible way to make the lights different colors or not light up like individually or even in pairs. So if it's doing that, it means I built it wrong somehow, which is mildly disappointing. But like I said, this is my very first time doing surface mount assembly, so apparently I made a mistake. So the question's going to be, can I figure out what the mistake was? Or is. But at least I can get one side replaced, I guess, and then we'll deal with the other one in a minute. That might have to wait for another stream, because I kind of want to get the rest of this done. How far am I in here? I'm already almost an hour in. Amazing. 2 out of 4 for my first surface mount's not bad. I mean, 50%. Like I said, I kind of wish I had numbered these now for the order in which I assembled them. So these two that are working properly, I'm 99% sure, pretty much 100% sure that one of these is the first one that I did, because I remember that one I actually did test in the machine, so it should be working. But if the other... So if some lights are missing, that means I've got some solder joints probably that are not quite right. Okay. Alright. It's probably fixable. And I can see that happening, because I definitely had a few that, as I was putting it together, a few solder joints that were maybe a little questionable. And the way in which I tested it on my bench might not have revealed that. But it appears that I've just got some probably some solder points that need just to be redone, but nothing's bridged. Like, lights aren't coming on that aren't supposed to. For instance, you know, like when I ask for green, I'm not getting green and blue, which would have meant that I like could have bridged something somewhere in the in my soldering, which that would have been more of a pain to fix, I think. So overall, hold on, I gotta turn that off. It's too bright in my face. Man, they made this ground wire barely long enough, and it is a gigantic pain in the ass. Also, the little washer on the screw is getting slightly in the way of the board itself, so I had to like loosen the board in order to get it on there. Okay, let me pull that wire back just a little bit. Hello? Man, they really did just make that ground wire only as long as it absolutely had to be. In fact, I have to turn this. Looks like I'm gonna have to turn the little ring to point toward the direction it needs to go, just to get me an extra like 1/4 of an inch. There we go. Now it fits. It fits. Good English, Brian. Well done. I love wolves. You're going to bed? Have a good night. the left speaker is off and the right speaker is off too. What do you mean? The lights are off? Hey. Hey Renee, thanks for the comment on the thumbnail. I'm glad that you I'm glad you got it. That was definitely a joke for me, as I think the majority of my audience is too young to really get that. But I thought it was funny. I was originally going to call the stream Reassemble Stephanie, because I think that's what he actually says in the movie. What he was jumping along with the grasshopper, right? And then he accidentally smashes it, and he asks Stephanie to reassemble, and then she has to explain to him what death is, and it was a whole thing. But I was joking in my head. If I made it reassemble, comma, Stephanie, then I guess that would make me Stephanie. And if I said reassemble Stephanie without a comma, then I guess that would mean that I was naming my DDR machine Stephanie. So I decided to just make it reassemble. And that was the joke. Okay, so now so now we got white, all's well. So this one is good. If you can see the other one, the left side, you can see how it's kind of like bluish, purplish. It's got maybe a little tinge of green because it also has some lights that are not working properly. Dang. One of the boards is fine, but I cannot, since blue and green are reversed, I cannot actually use one original Konami board in conjunction with one of the clone boards, because, well, white would be fine, but if any time it went for green or blue, they would be like half of it would be wrong and the other half would be okay. So that's funny. All right, let me move this. Oof. Ooh, when I move the monitor, I set it on my cable for this. That's not good. There we go. Okay. So let me do the same thing over here real quick. I said this might wait till the next stream, but let me see if I can troubleshoot these real fast. So like this board here on the left appears to be working just fine. Let me grab my meter so I can test this cable real quick. Oscar, what about these volumes? What are you asking? Can you not hear me all right? If that's, actually, I'm noting that now the monitor is between me and the microphone, so maybe you can't hear me that well. Let me move it. Sorry about that bump. Okay, hopefully that might be somewhat better. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's asking there. The brightness and the colors wouldn't match if I were to mix an old one and new one. Yeah, I think the new ones are definitely significantly brighter than the old ones. I don't know that it's necessarily that they're brighter. I don't think they're necessarily spec brighter. I think it's just newer. I think the old ones have faded over time, basically. Well, the cable seems to be going through okay. Let's check it. It's just weird that all of blue was missing. But maybe it's not the cable. Maybe I did something wrong in the connector. Let me find the better of these two. Okay, so It's missing blue all around, and it's missing green and blue in the middle. I'm going to take this over to my bench real quick and just give it a quick test. Sorry, I would show it, but it would be very difficult for me to run the camera over there. So I'll be right back in just a second. Alright, I am back. I tapped some of those pads with my iron. Let's see what we get here. Okay, so the lack of blue, that does seem to be the cable. Well, maybe not. What in the heck? It's like I can get the... Well... Well, I'm going to leave this out for now. I'll revisit this in a little bit. I'll revisit this later. Clearly something's going on. That's not quite right. Where did I put my drink? Drinky. Okay. What did I miss here? The mic was fine where it was. The fan noise wasn't as noticeable as now. Yeah, the fan is pretty loud. Well, okay, I can put it back. I mean, it was quite a bit farther away before. That's probably why you didn't hear it. Ugh. Yeah, the thing about a lot of the Konami cabinets actually are quite noisy, as far as like fan noise and stuff like that. It's just that when you're, as you noted, Tempo, when you're in an arcade, there's a whole lot of other noise going on, plus the game itself, so you just don't really notice. But right now, like, this is the only machine that's on. And it's not making any like game sound, so it just seems extremely loud, even though it really, I mean, it is, but it's not louder than it's not unusually loud. It's just It's just the way it is. You just probably never noticed. Yeah, so I don't know why. I don't know why they decided that like DDR A is pronounced ace, and I've definitely heard. I've heard A20. I've heard Ace 20. I've heard Ace 2-0, which I think is kind of cute. I like that one the best. Not because it makes sense, but just because I think it's cute. But all right, so I'm gonna give up on those lights for now. Just push those cables in real quick. I guess I need that plate because that some of the pieces attached to it. I noticed that some of the screw holes for the kick plate are on this lighting mounting plate, so I have to put it back in order to attach everything. So I'll go ahead and put it in for now, even though it's not quite working the way it should. Wow, I'm noticing how much brighter this one is on the right than the left. Even just now, obviously this side of it isn't quite right because it's missing red and some red and some green. So it's not the right colors. As you can tell, there's like this like purplish area here, but this side here, it looks a little bit strange in the close-up view, but you can see how much brighter this white is over here than over here. It's pretty wild, actually. I'm kind of stoked about that, actually. It looks nice. See if I can get my feet out of the way. So yeah. If I move myself, there we go. So you can see in the wide view, in the big camera, not the close-up camera, how the right speaker is a nice, like, crisp, bright white, and the left speaker is much duller. Part of that, I think, is the angle, but even in the room, I can tell it's way, way brighter. So this is great. All right. I kind of want to get this. I want to get the control panel. God damn it! I want to get the control panel put back together first, so I can actually use the damn arrows. And also so that the satellites will start working again. So let me... I've got... So these are fresh from the... what do you call it? The powder coating place. I haven't even opened these yet. So this will be my first time seeing them too. If you watched my previous stream, you saw what the rust looked like and how scratched they were. I could bring up some pictures, but hopefully you just remember, because I'm too lazy. The Naomi fan is loud. My recollection of all the Konami cabinets that I've had, it was the I want to say Para was the loudest. It just had this fan that was just absolutely obnoxious. Sound Voltex is not great either. Mostly not because it was not because it is not because the fan is especially loud. It is loud, but it's more that the fan is kind of like on the side of the cabinet, so it's closer to the front to where you might actually hear it, like as a player. Wow, this looks really nice. So, if you remember at all, I'll try and put it down here in this camera. Like, this corner, this edge here, was just all rust and just gross. And now you can kind of see the powder coat finish. I mean, it's just matte black, so it's nothing nothing fancy, but it's, you know, nice and fresh. Everything looks good. I can probably bring it over here. There's probably not quite enough light here, but you can see this piece looks it just looks nice. So I'm real happy about that. By the way, all of the pieces, it ended up costing $265 to have them, sandblast them, and repowder coat them. It was like, I think 21 pieces, I think it was actually 19 pieces. 2 pieces came off of Sound Voltex. I threw those in there too. So, but anyway, this is what holds the. Oh, have a good night, Noct. Sorry, my. I know I'm being long-winded and a little bit boring. This is one of those streams where it's just like. It's interesting and boring at the same time. Okay, I'm gonna bring this camera around. And then, oh geez. Here's where I get to see if I can remember 3 weeks ago when I took these apart, or 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. These are the little scanner lights that go underneath the monitor. You'll see they're kind of similar to the ones that I was replacing underneath the underneath in the speakers, but these are much more sophisticated because they can actually address each one of these individually. Hold on, my cable is stuck. Ugh. Okay, sorry about that. So, these are like individual boards. Each board has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, looks like 8 lights on it. I kind of looked at it real quick when I took it apart, and I couldn't quite figure out how to disconnect that, to disconnect each of the boards from each other, or the boards from each other. So I just left them all together. Which makes it a little bit awkward to deal with, but let me I'm just going to knock the surface dust off of these. They're not very dirty at all, but okay. And I tried to leave myself some clues about what screws go with what. So, theoretically, these screws that were next to those boards are the ones that go. We'll start at one end and work my way across. I don't think I actually showed taking this apart on this particular part on the last stream. I'm going to leave all of these just a little bit loose. At first. I realize I'm doing this slightly backwards. It looks kind of good on camera, but it's maybe slightly awkward for me. I'm just trying to be careful not to cross-thread any of these. I just realized that the camera probably wasn't set up in the most, like, obvious way. And by obvious, I mean automatic, I guess. I actually generally like setting my cameras up manually, but in this case, since I'm just moving it around on the fly a bunch, auto makes a lot of sense. Tremazi tells me that if you could actually hear this song right now, I would probably be getting a copyright claim. I can hear it. The volume is very low, but I don't know that you can hear it enough in the stream for YouTube to get mad. So, the screws fit, and there were the correct numbers, so I'm going to say these were the correct screws. Okay, so they're all in there now, so I'm going to go ahead and tighten all the screws down. Snug, because everything's aligned. So, I see you're saying that you're free the rest of the week, Tremazi. I am still trying to get caught up. I might be able to do something. How are we looking on Groove Coaster? It might actually be Sunday before I'm really ready to do much. Since I was gone about a week, I'm trying to play catch up a bit. Jeez. So many screws, so many wires. I probably shouldn't be plugging this all in hot, but I'm doing it anyway. She wants to know more about my PC. Okay, well... you can hit me up after this stream and I'll see if I can answer some questions. And by after this stream, I might mean tomorrow, because I expect this to take a little while. So quite a few of these things, quite a few of these trim pieces had spots that were left bare, unpainted, to attach grounding straps to. And I told the guy doing the powder coating, I was like, if you can, please leave those. And he was like, I'm gonna have to charge you extra for that, because we'll have to document where all of those places are to keep them bare. Because once they sandblast it, you can't really tell anymore what was bare and what had paint on it. And I was like, that's fine. I'm mentioning it just because I'm running into some of those points right now. Ah. But it looks like you did what I asked, so that's nice. I know Konami has a little bit of a tendency, I think, sometimes to ground overzealously. So if some of them maybe got painted, it probably isn't going to be the end of the world. All right. here's where, should I be plugging this in hot? Maybe not. Am I doing it anyway? Yes. I'm not 100% sure. Because I know there's another lip that meets this one, so I don't know if they get screwed together or if I'm putting these screws in, and I'm putting these screws in prematurely. Hopefully not. You have my GPU. Cool. SeaWorld, you have a question. Do you know the history of where your cab started its life? I do not. I wish. So, I know there's like, there's a serial number and manufacture date sticker on my, on my, I'm just going to turn that camera off for a second. I know there's a serial number and manufacturer date sticker on my classic cabinet. And it's definitely handwritten. And it's stuck like right inside the coin door. I don't think I've found something similar in this machine. I would assume that it's probably from 2008 or 2009. Let me see if there's one in the back real quick. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything right off. I'll keep my eyes open for it, though. The only thing that I know about it is that it appears to have been in use in Japan as late as probably April of this year, because the build date on the hard drive that came in it was, I believe, March 31st, 2021. So that's how. So it received that update before it was, decommissioned and shipped to me. So presumably it was still an active game as of at least March 31st. Why is Crazy Taxi wearing a sombrero? Who knows? Because it's Loco Taxi. All right. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm gonna have to reboot in order to initialize the light boards. God, it's hard to navigate this with just two buttons. All right. There we go. They seem to have survived. So I think this is the panel that I want next. Samba de Amigo. That is a good game. Alright. So this is the button panel that should go right about there. Actually, I think it goes this way. Yeah. Okay, so I can tighten those screws. It doesn't go, it's not part of this piece. So let me do that. Thank you, Tarbin. Actually, both of those things are true. Both of those statements are true. I do try to source real hard drives when I can. Although, as some of you may know, that through the years that has become more difficult and more useless. I will be back in just a moment. I'm going to get myself some more to drink and continue this when I get back. So just a second. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Ken, and you see my old Facebook photos where I ran X2 on my other. Yeah, you can still run all the way up to current on a classic cabinet. It still works. But I wanted to get this one because lights. And hey, Neuhan. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Are you sending me network commands, Tramazi? Ugh. Man, I should have Oh, I got little spiders crawling on here. Come on, buddy. I don't want to hurt you, but can't be here right now. I probably should have cleaned this. I'll give it a quick wipe down now. Ugh. There's a little bit of corrosion in here, but mostly it's just dirt. It's just dusty. Huh. Well, let me turn this camera back on, I guess. Hold on. These are indeed Daleks. You refuse to not comment on my shirt every stream. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's a little bit dirty. But I mean, it's literally just it's just dust. And you say that I treat insects like you do, as in just try and get them out of your way, but not kill them. Yeah, particularly spiders. I don't want to kill spiders because they take care of the rest of the insects. Yeah, I see. Termazi just said basically what I just did. It's a little bit obnoxious, though. I've noticed at my front door there's a spider that is that lives like on in the little entryway to the front door of my house, and she is busy. She's got this very elaborate web, and there are just the entire like front door area is just like littered in dead bug carcasses. It's not maybe the most welcoming thing for people that are coming to visit me. I do try to sweep it up once in a while, but for the most part I just leave it alone, and it's just like, dang girl. So again, looks like Coke or something here. If I wanted to get real serious, I could get my metal polish out. I might have to. This doesn't look... like it's cleaning up that well. Should move this out of the way before I scratch it. Ugh. Oh, chat's getting away from me here. Hold on. You don't know if you asked me before, but what do I think of Undertale or Deltarune? Undertale I know about. I have not played it. Deltarune I've never even heard of. So I don't have any... I don't really have an opinion. I'd like to play Undertale. I think, actually, a friend got Undertale for Belinda, but I don't think she ever played it either. So... So yeah, I don't have an opinion because I have not played them. Talking about spiders like the web. Cute. That's funny. Did the cab come with Ace installed? Actually, it came with Ace 2.0 Plus. But I haven't had a chance to get that one working yet, so... I just threw this one in from my classic machine, actually. I just dropped all the stuff that I had on my old machine onto the build for this one, just to have something to run for testing purposes. But I haven't really done any major work on this one yet, other than like physical, like I'm doing right now. Oh, let me go grab a cloth. See if I can polish this up real quick. Ugh. I think this is actually the, if I recall, this is actually the underside. Like, it goes underneath here. So, it's not super important for it to be clean, but I guess while it's off, I might as well make it nice. Haven't used this in a while. It's still liquid inside, I can feel it, but the cap is a little crusty. Ah, gross. It does seem to be removing those spots with a little bit of effort, at least. Spider DDR, amazing. Whoa! Well, I'm getting to the liquid part now. Oh no! Well, I just polished my pants. That's nice. But you can see, like, the green is the polish, but there's a lot of, like, black stuff coming off. But it is definitely taking those spots off. Pretty nice. This is metal gloss. It's a metal polish. I actually got this at a car show long, long ago. But I used it to polish my my old DDR cabinet way back in the day, and it did a real good job. So figured I'd use it again. I think I'm going to need another cloth, though. But you can see it's doing a pretty nice job. You can see that versus like the stage, which has not been polished. It's nice high gloss finish. Like down here, it hasn't been polished yet, so. Kind of wish I hadn't gotten it all over my pants, but, you know. think this is the only major, like, stainless steel part that I have to clean. I realize this is very boring. I mean, it's boring to me, too, so... I think I'm going to end up just doing this bottom side. Yeah, I can't polish the front too much because there's a decal on it that'll come off if I do. So that's just going to have to get wiped down. Alright, I think that's going to be good enough. Not perfect, but at least I'm not putting actual, like, clods of dirt and coke and rust back on the machine. And like I said, I think this is actually the underside anyway, so it's... I can hear the game is playing all of the American licenses. Thanks for that. Okay, I'm gonna go wash my hands because they're really gross now. Okay. Let's see if I remember how to put this thing back together. Gonna need this piece. Oh man, look at that. It's just whatever it is. It's gross. This is plastic though, so it's just gonna get sprayed and spray and pray. Is my machine not talking to you, Tamazi? I think I'm gonna have to. Oh, gross. I don't know what that is, but it's not. I don't like it. I do not. I'm gonna let it. Let that soak for a little bit. And you're right. At least right now, I won't notice much of anything with the network because I'm barely paying attention to the machine at all. I'm not even sure why I have it on. You know, I'm not sure. Since this Ace came off my old cabinet, it may not be talking to your network at all. That may be the problem. Whatever this is, it's caked on and it doesn't want to come off real easy. It's coming off in like layers. It's like I gotta soak it for a minute, wipe it, take a layer off, soak it again. I might need something with a little more scrubby. Yeah, I don't think we changed Ace. Oh, this one's mad. What you mad about? 2014, eh? Did we make this one work? I don't even remember. Guess we'll find out. LOL. Guess that answers that question. Well, poopy on me. You expect me to know things? Is this okay, or you want me to change it? How many copyright claims am I going to get on this one? I'm going to turn the... Alright. I hate to leave again, but I'm going to take this up to the kitchen sink and hit it with a little dish soap and a scrubby brush, because this is taking too long. So, I'll be back in just a few minutes. No, mister. Oh, I expect you to dance. Excellent, thank you. That's very good. I'll be back in just a bit. Well, it doesn't want to come off even with the scrubby. So this should be covered by the metal. So I'm going to just let it be covered by the metal. So if I recall, this part fits in here, like that. Make sure it's good and dry because I don't want to trap any water in here and create all new rust issues. I just fixed that problem. Don't want to do it again. Okay, so we get the plate in there. And this part, I think, comes around. And goes in there. As I take these nuts off. Oh, I see where all those stains came from, though. You could see it on the inside of the metal there. It's from this. So I don't know if that's coke or corrosion caused by coke. Probably that. See what I mean? All that's going to be behind there. So theoretically it won't be seen. I do want to quickly just polish up this top edge though. Because like there's a little bit of schmutz there right along this edge that I want to get rid of before I put all that back together. Ugh. Hey Glitched, welcome aboard. I even announced this one several hours in advance. So, thank YouTube for, you know, not notifying you. It was your fault. I don't blame you. I blame YouTube. It's more fun that way. I really just am trying to get this very, very top edge cleaned up, because once I put it all back together, I won't really be able to get at it without mushing polish into the seam between this and the plastic, which I don't want to do. The actual surface of it I can clean up with a rag, no problem. I'm a little reluctant to go hog wild polishing this face of it, though, because over here there's this decal on it, which is already slightly damaged, unfortunately, but I'm afraid that if I hit that with the metal polish, it's just going to take it right off. So I don't want to polish this whole surface too much to where it's like, you know, super, super shiny and then kind of dull around the around the decal and looking silly. So okay, I gotta wash my hands again because that polish is a little gross. You had your phone on mute? Oh yeah, that will do it. Ah, so you literally missed the notification. Not you didn't receive it. You just didn't. You didn't see it when it came in. I see. Okay, well, maybe that isn't YouTube's fault. I still want to blame them, though, because it's fun. Ooh, I feel slightly bad about this. I'm putting these nuts, on here, and they've got the little teethy on them, so I'm sure I'm scratching up the freshly powder coated surface here. But, you know, it's how it goes. Whoops. 1 second. I noticed a big glob of polish that I missed. Okay, no big deal. I hope I'm doing this right. I might have to refer to the old stream. Yeah, I don't think this is actually a decal. I think this is, like, printed directly onto the metal. Kind of like, it's just like 2DX is. So, it would be difficult to reproduce. To reproduce the exact look, anyway. The image, not so much a problem, but... Okay, does that look right? I think so. Alright. Let me get a tool to tighten this down a little bit. Quick. There we go. So now I just need to reinstall the buttons. Let me grab my button wrench. Ugh. Huh. Looks like I've got it slightly off because the buttons aren't fitting in quite nicely. Oh yeah, that edge is not flush like it probably should be. See if I can straighten that out. Yeah, I see the problem. These nuts did scuff up the metal, which, that's fine. There we go, that's better. I see what it was. So this seam here, there's a little lip in the plastic that's supposed to sit on the top of it, and it was like not quite there, and so it wasn't, it created like an edge here that shouldn't be there. It still looks like it. This is a little bit wrong here. Man, this thing weighs a ton. Going to bed, Tomasi? Have a good night. Yeah, just let me know. I probably won't be up real early tomorrow, but I should be around. There we go. It's basically, you know how a screw hole is like sometimes just slightly larger than the screw that goes into it? And so like you've got, you know, a fraction of an inch or even like a fraction of a millimeter that you could go up or down or sideways one way or the other, and the screw would still be in the hole before you tighten the nut. That's what was happening, is it just needed to be shifted up just a fraction so that this seam here was smooth. Because, like, basically the plastic and the metal should be on the same plane, and I had like a lip right there at the edge. I mean, there is still a little bit of one, but it was like a noticeable lip, but it was causing this hole to not be the right shape, I think. Yeah, because now the button will fit. It's still snug, but it fits. Alright, there we go. However, I did not make a note of which button is which to actually, or which switch is which to put in here. Sometimes the cables are of a length where it makes it real obvious. That does not seem to be the case this time, so I'm going to have to test it. So I'm just going to leave those out for right now. Once I get it hoisted up into the machine, I'll check which one is which, and then I'll put them in the right spot. The buttons also serve to kind of cinch the layers together to form that nice smooth seam here. little button wrench is a super handy tool. Okay. So that is that. Let me... Oh. Kind of dry fit this real quick. Okay. You made the same mistakes in your pump. Didn't label the connectors, had to use the test menu to figure out what was what. Yeah, well, in the grand scheme of things, this is not so bad. I think when I took it apart, I was like, I could make notes, but this is easy enough to just figure out. Just need to move some things around up here. Okay, so this is man. The actual actuator for the switch is kind of buried in there. I need to poke it with my screwdriver or something. Okay, so this is up. Let me do that one last. It's going to be in the way. This one is right. So this one goes here. And as I recall, these, yeah, they're twist lock. And they made a not pleasant snapping sound when I opened them. It wasn't so bad. This is probably the center button. Start, yep. Left. I think I need to rotate this button in the socket a little bit. It won't, the switches are kind of in the way of each other. I guess I should have made some notes on the way they had the buttons oriented in here. Because the switches kind of stick out sideways, which makes them interfere with each other a bit. I don't like that at all. I can show you what I'm looking at here. You can see how the switches kind of stick out to the sides, so it ends up like this one is kind of like bumped up against there. I don't really like having the cables like that, so I'm trying to figure out how to like turn the switches. I need to turn this one to go sideways like this one, and then I think it'll be okay. Maybe? Even that doesn't seem the best. Let's see if I can do this. Whoops. I just bumped the power switch with my knee. Well, that's fine, I guess. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm rebooting for a second because I want to ID the other the switches on the other side, but then I'm gonna move this back down to the floor and work on it there because I think that'll be easier than me trying to dick around with it on the up here on this ledge. Just waiting for it to boot here. Please wait a little. Why aren't these working? Because I got these swapped. Okay. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is get them positioned in such a way that they're not like pinching each other's wires or doing anything stupid like that. But what I think I need to do is rotate them in the in the hole there so that the switch will sit in a different orientation. You know what? I bet there's a picture of it in the manual. I always forget. Hey, I have a manual. Ugh. It's probably like, put them in this direction, and then your life will be better. And I'll be like, yeah, it's probably true. Do it like this. Apparently. Okay? So it looks like the center ones, the start buttons, are supposed to go up and down. So let me turn that 90 degrees. The bottom one is correct. This one needs to be rotated around just a little bit. Guess I should have taken a picture of this when I disassembled it. Oh well. Good thing I have a manual. And then this one, it says the wires are supposed to swing around. Yeah, it shows the wires coming from here, even though it's kind of a long distance, but it's what it says to do. This one, is supposed to go the other way. So this one does kind of poke at it just a little bit, but it's fine. Okay, so I see. It does go around in a... like, around in a little pattern. The only... so all the switches go around with the plug part. So they go around in a circle like this. The only one I don't love is this one. You see how the wires just kind of come out of it and then bump up against this other switch? I mean, it's not like pinched, so there's plenty of... there's room there. It's just not the best. Okay. So it looks like second verse, same as the first. There we go. It's just doing the little roundabout the center just like the other one. All right, let's get this thing ground. These are actually labeled. This is 2B. 2 buttons, I guess. Plugged in. This one's 1B. Alright. Nice. player 2 is working. Player 1 is not. What's happening there? Did I miss a plug somehow? Did it not get plugged in all the way? Alright, now it's working. Definitely didn't really do anything. Why doesn't it work when it's... See that? So for some reason, these, you can see on the screen, work. But these don't. But when I pull it down, they start working, which makes no sense. Plug's being an asshole, I think. There we go. Hopefully that will stay working. Lamp check, they all work. All right. Hey, it's nice to be able to navigate those menus with real buttons again. Very helpful. These 2 or 2.5? 2. Drop the screw. Good job, Brian. Ugh. All right. Maybe I may have dropped a screw somewhere. That's not the best. All right. I'm gonna grab my screen cleaner, wipe down the screen real quick while I've got it open. So I'll be back in just a moment. All right. The screen actually looks quite clean. Has just like a very fine layer of dust on it. So we'll just wipe that off real quick. Good. Let me just wipe the inside of this real quick. The outside I can do once it's installed. The inside's a little harder, right? Alright. Oh. This is actually plastic and not glass, which is unusual for Konami. Although, honestly, I'm okay with that in this case, because this thing would be freaking heavy if it was glass. Well, I guess I should have wiped the edges, because they've got a little bit of rust, leftover rust on them. And then this is such an oddball design. They put these metal strips here with screws in them. There's even like a little indentation in the plastic for the strip. It's just a kind of a strange way to do it. Rather unlike any other, certainly any other Konami machine that I can think of. I'm ready to replace some of these screws. Some of the heads aren't looking the best. Okay, I'm gonna guess this long one is the top bezel. Very nice. So far, I'm remembering which screws go where. The only real questions that I'm having, there are some that are missing, and it's like, did I lose it, or was it already gone? I know I was missing some. Like, I didn't lose them. They were missing when I got the machine. And I'll need to order new ones anyway. But I don't remember which ones were missing, so... These are probably the sides. Ugh. Yep. Nice. So this is what I was talking about way, way, way back. There are some sections that Konami left unpainted, and that can be like so that it can be grounded. So I asked the company that powder coated these for me to try and duplicate that, and so they charged me extra for it because that meant that they had to like document where things weren't supposed to be painted, but it looks like they did it, so good on them. All right. Here's a very annoying thing. I'm noticing a little bit of a rust spot down in this corner, like a stain on the plastic that I didn't quite get wiped up all the way. But to fix it, I think I'm going to have to take this whole front bezel off, which I don't really want to do, but this is one of those times when I'm going to be picky. But I guess it's marginally easier for me to be picky now, while it's still at least partially disassembled, than when I get it back all the way back together. Still rather annoying. Hopefully I can just slide it over a little bit and wipe that corner. And I won't have to take the top bezel off or tip it the whole thing out. We'll see. Question is, can I actually get rid of this stain? And the answer appears to be maybe not. It was rusted really bad there. Which is the whole reason I got this stuff repainted. But... and mind you, the rust isn't on the metal now. It's on... it is just stuck to the plastic. But it's giving it like a little red tinge that shouldn't be there. I'm gonna call that good enough. I don't wanna go any farther. That's enough. I did, I think, more than more than anyone else would have, probably. Yeah, it does look better. It wasn't a complete waste of time. It was just mostly a waste of time. But hey, this whole stream's been a waste of time, so, you know. Oh man, my hands are drying out so bad. the screw is not threading. I'm not sure if it's the wrong screw, which I don't think so. I think what might be happening is the I think the powder coating might have gotten into the threading a little bit, and so the screw isn't wanting to fit quite right. But let me check something here. Yeah, because the other screw also doesn't fit, so it's the same thread. Is that part of the... Yeah, I think there's just a little bit of paint in there. A little bit of... it took a little bit more... A little bit of... A little bit of force to turn it, but not like cross-threading. It just felt a little snugger than it normally would. And now that it's in, it should back out and be nice and smooth, yeah? It's fine. Okay. That was just me being paranoid. This is looking so much better. I know you can't really see it on the, especially on the big view. Just take my word for it. It was very not good looking. right, looking good. So the top part is all back together. Just have to work on the bottom now. So I need to take these off real quick. Let me show you. Oh. You can see like the residual rust from where the metal used to be, and you can see like the dust pattern of the holes there. I'm just gonna take this whole piece off and wipe it down. Guess those technically don't have to come all the way out. I don't know. I guess I have to take all of them out except for one side, one edge, which I'm going to leave the bottom ones in. Because they are slotted, like, out to the side, but you can't really slide it without... You can only slide it one direction. There we go. Main camera died. It is plugged in though. That's weird. Camera doesn't want to turn off. Wonder if it overheated. Well, I just removed the battery from it, which I had done in the past. Because I kept forgetting to plug the camera in, and then when the batteries would run out, it would die midstream. But that actually is not what happened this time. It was plugged in, it just... something else happened. I'm not sure what error 70 is. I wonder if I'm going to have the same problem cleaning up this rust junk. I hope not. Seems like it's coming off at least more readily than it did on some of the other surfaces. I might take this upstairs to the kitchen sink and hit it with the scrubby, because I think that will take it off the rest of the way. It's doing well. It's getting there. I just need a little bit more oomph that I'm getting out of a paper towel. So, stand by. I'll be right back again. Ooh. Okie dokie. There was a little bit that didn't want to come off, but overall, if you can see there, it's pretty much nice and clean. If you see there, there's a little tiny bit that I couldn't quite scrub out for some reason. But overall, we're looking definitely much, much better. I may end up having to turn this into a two-parter of sorts, because there is something that I realized a little while ago that could be a problem. So, I've got these base ports. I guess you can see it here. And according to my notes, yes, there's supposed to be some foam that goes around here that makes it so when it sits up against the wood there, it's a little bit soft. I imagine that's probably so that it doesn't make a nasty vibration. And also seals it for the base port to work correctly. But when they refinish these, they sandblast them to take the old paint off and any rust or any corrosion, any kind of nastiness, to make them good and clean. But of course, sandblasting it will take that foam right off too. So basically, I have to decide what I want to put on there as foam. I have some craft foam that Belinda handed me. But it's red, which is not exactly what I want, but it probably won't matter. Is this big enough, first of all? Ooh. Barely big enough. I think if I cut it a little bit smaller, it should be hidden and you won't see the red at all. Let me try it and see what happens real quick. Oh. Alright, so I traced it, and I'm going to intentionally cut it small so that hopefully it won't show at all. I think I picked about the worst scissors for this too. This is not going to be the roundest thing in the world, but the whole point is you should see it, so. So, basically looking like that. So the question is, I think what I'm going to have to do is glue it on there and then just cut it back a little bit if I see it peeking out at all. Yeah. I think I just need to cut it a little thinner and then it'll be fine. I could also probably hit the edges of it with a Sharpie to make them black, and then even if it shows a little bit, you won't really see it. Get my adhesive. we go. It's not my best work. It's kind of wavy, you can see. But it should be in enough from the edge that it won't be visible. At least that's the hope. And... it's pretty good. There's a couple of spots I can kind of see. So I can mash it back a little bit. And like I said, I might just hit the edge with a Sharpie. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. You can see there, I just Sharpied the edge. That way, if you do happen to see the edge of it somehow, it just looks like the metal. It looks like black. I was asking Belinda, I was like, do you have any foam? She's like, I've got some craft foam. And I was like, cool. Do you have it? Do you have like black or gray? And she was like, no, they're all colors. And I was like, wow, that's weird. She always has black and gray things. Not this, apparently. I missed a little bit, but that's okay. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna look good. That's gonna look real good. Love it. So I need that, and then I need one of these rings. Man, I'm making so much trash tonight. But and one of these grills. Grills. theoretically, I might be able to tell which one went where by the holes in the padding, or the little indents in the padding. I believe this one goes for the other side. Yep. That's a match. Or did it go this direction? That doesn't seem to matter. I like it better this way. It looks better this way, I think. Okay. Now, I just need to remember how this attaches. I think... So yeah, the this ring that has posts on the back of it goes through there's little holes. There's little extra drilled holes. You can see them there in the screen. So those go through there. So now the posts are on the back. And then those posts go into the holes on this ring, like so. And there you go. There's your little speaker ring. Although, am I doing this wrong? I think the plastic gets sandwiched here too. Yeah. So I think this goes through here. No. The screen goes on the back. The screen goes on the back of the plastic. Alright. We'll get this. Stand by. So the ring goes on the front there. Then this grill goes on. And then this ring, this tube goes on the back of that. Yeah, there we go. That makes a nice little sandwich. What a gigantic pain in the ass. How do I make all this line up? And then where Where are the nuts for this? Ah, nuts. I think these are the right ones. Let's hope. I'm not certain if these nuts came from some other place on the machine. I will find out shortly, I suppose. Okay, so that the grill is clearly off. Hopefully it's enough to just line it up. Eyeball it. Okay, we'll tighten these down. Alright, then little indents in the foam on the edges seem to line up with the holes in the grill. So I think I got it on there pretty straight. But you can see here, it's got that metal grill behind it. And then I can kind of feel the padding there, and there's, yeah, I can't see the red at all of the foam, so that seems like it'll be fine. Missing one screw that came off of here. You know, I was about to take some notes and about like screws to order, but I know that they're all in the manual. Um, so I'm probably just going to order, like, rather than say like, oh, I'm missing 1, 2, 3 of these screws, I'm just gonna order all, because like the difference between ordering 3 and ordering 30 of them is not going to be a whole lot different, really, once I get going. I don't think so. I'll just order all new screws and replace everything. So there's no sense in documenting it right this second, I don't think. Alright. These will probably be the side. Those appear to be identical. And I think that's this, right? Is he right? Yes. Alright, that looks pretty good. Real nice. Alright. I'm real curious what these are going to look like. I'm talking about the kick plates that go down at the bottom here. They're going to be... They were pretty badly dented and scratched. I don't expect that they, like, made any attempt to flatten them or repair them. But we'll see. So yeah, you can see they're kind of dented up still. But at least now that they're nice and black, they don't, it's not so obvious. Wow, this one's really rough. But at least it's not all rusty. I can't remember which one was worse. I think the worst one was the left side. Now, according to my notes, yeah, there's supposed to be some foam down at the bottom edge here. That definitely will not matter what color it is. Oh. Oh, I guess that's the top edge. Well, maybe it will matter what color it is. Does that go over or under? Looks like it goes over. Okay. So it looks like you put some foam on this, well, on this edge up top here, and then this plate fits over like that. And this plate is kind of mangled. I'm going to hold off on this for now. I don't have the right... I remember the screws that attach this were very badly damaged anyway, so trying to do that is going to be difficult. Well, A, I was missing screws, and B, the screws that were there, the heads were so damaged that I had to like take them off with vice grips. So I'm just going to leave that plate off for now. Let me see if I can get the door on. Oh, this looks like that's Sound Voltex. Oh, this is the base plate that goes down here. It looks like one of the nuts that I used to attach this ring was supposed to go to attach this plate. Yeah, because I found there were 3 up on this ledge here, which probably went to this ring, but 1 was missing, and then there were 4 further over, which probably go for this ring on this side, and but there was 1 down on the bottom, and I picked it up because it was the same kind, but that was probably wrong. I mean, it's fine. I'll just get another nut, and I'm gonna put it on the. I'll get another nut to go for this bottom plate because that'll be easy to do at a later time. Whereas this one in this ring here is gonna be is not easy to get to. So it can just stay where it is, live there forever. I guess this would be easier with a ratchet, wouldn't it? I'm silly. Haha! I disconnected the stage. I disconnected the stage a while ago, actually, so that I could put that plate on. I guess the game just finally realized. And decided to complain. Ugh. Guess I could move my camera so you can see what I'm working on here. I do not seem to have a socket small enough for this. So I guess I'll just have to keep doing it the way I was doing it. This will work. Ooh, I found one more nut. I'm going to use it. Haha. Maybe there were 4. That's great. Weird. These ones on the edges, on the ends, seem to tighten down way more than the ones in the middle. But I feel like I maybe over-tightened it a little bit. Oh, I see. The ones in the middle have a metal back plate, so it stops them. The ones on the edges are just going into wood, so I'm compressing the wood a little bit the more I turn it. So I probably did over-tighten them just a little bit. Oh well. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Alright, what is this piece? This is probably the door jamb, right? Yeah. And these take some foam too. However, I think I've been at this for 5 or 6 hours now. Ugh. Let me see. My window's covered up. Yeah, 6 hours. Ugh. I'm a little pooped. I think I'm gonna pause for now, and I'm gonna. Ooh, I missed a plate that could have been redone. Oh well. At least it's not particularly visible. Oh well. I'm going to order some more screws. I'm going to take a look, and I'm going to try and fix those light panels so that I can do this other side speaker, and try and figure out what kind of foam I'm going to use on these door jambs. And also, I guess, order screws. Whew. But I feel like I got, I don't know, 60-70% of this back together. Probably 60. I gotta put the door back on. That'll be a major thing. I can probably, just for fun, let's open this thing. And this will be the last thing I do, I think. But I'm just gonna turn this into a two-parter, I guess. I don't think anybody's really watching at this point anyway. And I'm just kind of over it. It's been, like I said, I've been at this for like 6 hours, so I'm kind of getting a little burnt. There's a weird finish on the inside of the door here. You can see it's a little bit bumpy. I'm not sure why that is. I don't. Well, let me look at the other side. Okay, the outside of the door looks fine. So I'm just gonna leave that be. What I can do before I wrap this up for the night is put the door back together. So we got the little coin return chute. Goes The little bezel goes on the front, and then the actual chute goes on the back. Okay. So you got the little chute in the door there. Then the coin return button, where there it is. Come on. There we go. So now we got the little button that will for the coin return. So we just need to put the lock in. adjustable wrench to put the lock core on. There's our door. Got a little coin return. Got our coin return button. Got our lock. Just gotta put it back on the whole hinge mechanism thingy. Well, I guess I can put this part on. I think that goes. On that side, this one goes on this side. All right. Trying to figure out which part goes where. Looks like this piece goes here. I'm not sure how that gets secured though. I'm dumb. There are 4 screws. 2 need to be removed. 2 can just be loosened. I removed the ones that can be loosened and left the ones that have to be removed. Because I'm smart. Oh, I guess 3 have to be removed. The bottom one isn't slotted either. Alright, well, that's interesting. I just needed to see which way the hinge attached, because I couldn't remember. But I see it now. But I don't think I can leave this door on. Also, I apparently attached the lock the wrong way around. Okay. Cool. I'm going to take this door off for now because I got to deal with the with this panel or that piece. Okay. So, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. Basically, it looks like what I still need to do is I've got these door jamb pieces that go on either side of the door, but I'm going to have to get some foam to put on them because it's supposed to put a little foam on it for it to close, for the door to close nice. So I got those. Then I got to clean and put this panel back together, but I didn't do that tonight because these lights down at the bottom, those boards still need to be fixed properly. And then there's just the trim piece over here on the left side, and then put the door on, and then this will be done, I guess. But yeah, I'm out of steam, I'm out of patience, and I need some things that I don't have, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up for now and come back to it a little bit later. But anyway, for those of you that watched, thank you very much. It went super duper long as I expected, but probably even a little longer than that. But hopefully, when I come back next time, it shouldn't take too much time, and I'll actually get to play it a little bit too. But yeah, this is looking way better. I'm real happy with how the pieces came out. They did a nice job at the powder coating place, because man, just the rust and scratches and corrosion that was all over all of these pieces, all of these metal pieces, like even right here, was a real bummer. But now it's nice, flat black, looks real good. Just gotta get all my lights working again, and we'll be ready to play. So I'm looking forward to being able to stream from this machine, hopefully sometime soon. Getting there. I know it's been a long time coming, but everything's a process, I guess. So as always, thanks for watching. Oh, my knees are mad. Won't be able to play DDR like that. But just close that. But yeah, thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll be back soon to get this wrapped up and back to 100%. So until then, take care, and I will see you next time. Good night. Bye.